Welcome, everyone, to Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader is a isometric tactical RPG adventure game. It is one of the newer Warhammer 40K titles, and it so far has been, in my opinion, one of the more fair Warhammer 40K titles. I can absolutely say I have enjoyed this game quite a bit. I've played a fair bit of it with some friends of mine. And that's kind of the goal, is to try and play your own story with a whole bunch of your own thoughts and additions to the game. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, to kick ass and take names as we go through Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. Alright, I'm going to be co-oping with my good friend Alan here. Alan is my friend USS Striker. You guys are going to see him join us here in a little bit. Unfortunately, I won't be able to always have him visible, but he will always be here. And this is because there are certain instances, the way the original game was designed, for other characters that they're controlling to more or less be kind of restricted. So we're going to do a new game here. We're going to start with the main story. We're not going to do Void Shadows just yet. We will be playing on normal difficulty. Obviously the harder difficulties make the game tougher in different ways. You can also, if you want, you can fully customize the difficulty the game is going to have completely in order to tailor it to your needs. You can make it harder, you can make it easier, you can make it grossly unfair, you can make it a fucking nightmare to play. There's a lot of things you can do here. Some of them are funny, some of them are not. Normal puts a couple of things slightly in your favor, but it doesn't make the game super easy. A lot of it is just the fact that I'm able to figure out more or less exactly what I want. You can choose from 3 pre-selected backgrounds here if you want them. I don't. But to give you an idea of just how deep these are, one of them is the class as a soldier, Imperial World Military Traditions, Austrian Military Commander, Feat of Greatness, Brand of Shame. And then, of course, regimental tactics and run and gun are their abilities. You're probably going to be like, well, what the fuck does any of that mean? We'll get into that as we create our own custom character to use. I'm looking around for a decent portrait here that I actually kind of like. And I'm going to go with that one. Next, we're going to go with appearance. There's 3 different body types, essentially. You can choose between male and female presets. You can also adjust your face. The game will give you a relatively preset face depending on what exactly it is you want. You can actually, if you're willing to spend the profit margin in the game over time, craft an entire team of custom designed characters to tailor your needs, wants, and amusements in this game. It's really up to you. I'm going to take the thin and svelte setup. I'm going to continue to work with the officer because that one works for me quite a bit. So I don't know if I'm going to continue to do Sanctioned Psyker, though. I might actually not. Don't really want any beard. Don't really want any scars. Tattoos, I'm going to keep it simple. I'm just going to put a back tattoo on. You can put up to 5 tattoos on yourself if you really want to, and arrange your tattoos in any way imaginable. Those are options. You can also change the color of your tattoos if you want to change the color of your tattoos. The customization for this game is surprisingly robust. You can also add cybernetic augmentations of various kinds to yourself.
Fine.
The best defense is a
Time.
Lance batteries. Volley!
Alright, so we've selected all of the cosmetics. Make the tattoos pink. No. Now we're going to pick a world background, a home world. Home world is one of many things that's going to affect you. There's a lore significance to each world and to each setting, and sometimes there's even ones that aren't actually arcane in nature. Death World. On Death Worlds, plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive, destructive forms inimical to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death Worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. So you can get strength, toughness, and agility bonuses from this, but you lose some intelligence and fellowship. Obviously, people on Death Worlds would be very, very hardy survivors, and to them, survival of the fittest would likely be a part of their nature. So this kind of design actually makes sense. You can also get the Survival Instinct passive. Once per combat, when wounds of a Death World character drop below 30%, they gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. So basically, when your health drops below 30%, you get 20% temp wounds to help you survive combat. They also gain a 20% bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source. So these guys are very dodge happy. They're pretty strong. Welcome, Regal. They're actually very hardy characters. Strength, as we see here, this affects damage from melee weapons. This also affects your athletic skill. It also affects some of your accuracy with them to some degree. Toughness affects how easily you shrug off pain. It basically affects resistances to status ailments mostly. It also, these status ailments that it resists are physical in nature predominantly. But there are some supernatural ones that can give you a slight bonus to. But it also affects how much HP you have. The lower your toughness, the easier you are to kill. Agility measures a character's quickness, reflexes, and poise. High agility allows them to be able to manipulate delicate explosives with finesse, keeps their footing when crossing treacherous terrain, improving the character's initiative, dodge, chance, and reaction. Basically what this does is, if you, like, high agility means good explosives and demolitions. It also means that you, with higher initiative, get a earlier prioritization on turn order, more likely. Your dodge chance is higher, and it also, if you're a melee user, then your dodge reduction is half of your agility. Intelligence, obviously that's the measure of your intellectual capacity for knowledge, acumen, and reason. Each point of this grants 5% damage with non-burst ranged area attacks. It also affects lore of the Imperium, Warp, Xenos, Logic, Medicae, and Tech use skills. Fellowship predominantly affects your ability to persuade, coerce, and use commerce capabilities to get people to work with you. Oh, we also had a bot inside of the first 5 minutes of the stream. Nice. Or 10 minutes. Next, you can gain access to different features. This can grant you various bonuses. This is what Voidborn gets you. I don't want to go too crazy on explaining all of this because I don't want to go too deep into it because we'll be here all day if I do. Oops. Hive World characters. These are the talents that it grants you access to. Forge World characters. Forge Worlds are essentially giant worlds that are literal living factories. The entire world is basically a big weapons plant or munitions plant or even just infrastructure and civilian vehicles and hive units. Hive worlds are basically places where massive amounts of population exist. Hive worlds are places that are also mines. But hive worlds act as secondary manufacturers for munitions. They're predominantly mining worlds and fuel refinement areas. I say forge worlds are predominantly where a lot of munitions and stuff get built. It's not just munitions that get built here. Predominantly it is the weapons and technologies of war that come from forge worlds. And then Imperial worlds, these are worlds that are basically famous for how loyal to the Emperor you are. There's like that's obviously a gross oversimplification of it, but that's one of them. Fortress worlds are worlds that are usually built to do exactly what the name would suggest on the tin. There is a metric fuck ton of fortress world defenses and military occupational defenses, and you pretty much exist to do things like that. Or you are military trained on places like that. Voidborn, you are not born in the world on a planet, you are born in space. Being born in space, usually on void ships, tends to mean you've been experimented on or experienced warp anomalies to some degree. And the reason why that is both kind of good and kind of bad is because your physical appearance looks somewhat mutated and inhuman. Now we get to Origin. Origin is not Origin. Origin is your class, basically, or your base design. And Origin predominantly determines a lot of how your basic build is going to start. Each one of them does not specifically define what class you're going to have, but they are going to design a lot of how you are going to be able to function. And what class you take is going to be very heavily influenced by your origin and how you put it to work. So you really have to be careful what you take for an origin if you want to be able to build a really solid and well-rounded and functioning character. I recommend looking up a guide to help you if you are new to the game and you want to jump into very high difficulties without actually having any experience first. This game is really complex, it's got a million different mechanics, and it's very easy for you to get lost in them. So, Astra Militarum Commander. Astra Militarum is the Imperial Guard. And that's all they needed to be called before, and that's how I'm going to refer to them from here on out. An Imperial Guard commander predominantly gets abilities oriented around guns, perception, healing, athletics, and they're basically... This helps you act as either an officer or a frontline soldier. That's one of the two class archetypes this really, really heavily leans into really well. Next is a commissar. Commissars are members of the Imperial Guard that their job is to ferret out potential heretics, ferret out cowards, separate the chaff from the wheat. People who cannot sustain under intense stress or times of crisis or follow orders with absolute efficiency, these guys find them and they kill them. They are a very necessary role in the Imperium, but they're also a very fucked up role in the Imperium. And depending on what regiment of the Imperial Guard you're talking about, depends on whether or not this guy is going to be somebody you need to watch, because he might shoot you, or you need to listen to him because he wants to help you avoid getting shot. They predominantly do weapon skill, fellowship, coercion, athletics, and these guys basically exist to push people and soldiers with very strict, harsh discipline that usually is done down the barrel of a gun or a blade. That's as nice a way as I could conceivably put being a commissar. The not so nice way, follow a commissar's orders or you're gonna get shot. A little bit like in old school World War II Soviet era Russia, if you defied a commissar's order or you fell back and he didn't give you permission, he killed you. What's up, Rev? Next is crime lords. Crime lords predominantly have weapon skills, perception, logic, and awareness bonuses. These guys lean very heavily into being very good operatives. Operatives are essentially special ops characters. They orient themselves around stealth, long-range combat, and tactical buffing and debuffing of allies and enemies. They are essentially your enemy HVP killers, and crime lords can do a lot. Crime lords are often tolerated in a lot of planets, partially because the Imperial Guard can't always actually do anything about them, and also because sometimes when shit gets really bad and official channels and whatnot aren't enough, crime lords can usually be reasoned with to help deal with certain problems using their less than clean methods. Now, that said, the Imperial Guard, they don't have very clean methods to start, so I want you to imagine exactly what that means for being a crime lord. He looks like he'd corner me in an alley and I'd find a way to get over the ridiculous collar of his coat. I do admit the collar on that guy's coat is ridiculous. Ministorum priests. These are members of the ecclesiarchy. These guys are basically people who pray to the God Emperor for strength, power, and for unity. They are toughness, willpower, medications. These guys can be healers. They've got good willpower and decent lore bonuses to start. These guys ferret out heretics and kill them. These guys also try to make sure you are a devout servant of the Emperor, because if you're not, you'll probably get killed. These guys lean really well to being tanks and healers both, if you want to help kickstart a class that will do that. Naval officers. Naval officers are another one of those guys who can buff people, but they also get really good benefits to starting demolition skill. So they can use advanced explosives like melta charges and shit like that. And if you're looking for a class that helps you blow everybody's face off with high explosive violence, this is not a bad class to go with. They also get benefits to fellowship and commerce, so they make great officers on top of being good heavy explosives experts. Nobles. Nobles are a very interesting class. Or rather, origin. Nobles are a part of society that is very influential, They're usually part of the old families. The issue that nobles have in-game is you basically have to pick a character that's going to serve as your quote-unquote pawn. This person, essentially, you can provide them a shitload of buffs, a shitload of benefits, and a shitload of enhancements, but if that pawn gets taken out, a lot of what makes this class actually work goes away. On normal difficulty, it's not that hard to keep your pawns alive. Noble looks too baby-faced. I want his scarf. Yeah, I actually kind of like that scarf. That scarf is kind of interesting. This is a character that works really well with an officer if you're willing to centralize a lot of your buffs and enhancements to a specific teammate. Beyond that, this is a class that you would use for really, really good speech bonuses. And not really a whole lot else. This class doesn't do much except support its teammates in terms of, like, being a class. Next is Sanctioned Psychers. Sanctioned Psychers is the class that I predominantly like to go with when I play this game. Psychers are those who can wield the power of the warp. They're mutants who have the ability to fuck with the power of mind. They're deadly and skilled, and they have a lot of warp powers that can fuck up your head. They can buff their teammates. They can warp the fabric of reality itself and do all kinds of weird shit. Now, Psychers are an excellent origin to take because they give you access to additional powers. And depending on what archetype of Psycher you start out as will depend on what kind of bonuses you will get initially. But there's 5 different main classes of Sanctioned Psycher. There's Divination Psychers, which can buff allies and debuff enemies, and that's where they focus. There's Telepathic ones, which can damage enemies via the mind. They can mind control people when they get strong enough for a limited degree. They do shit like that. They can also increase the mental resilience and fortitude of their teammates if enemy Psychers try to mind control them. There's Biomancers, which can provide various buffs and benefits to teammates and can inevitably learn an ability to heal them. There's Pyromancers. That's exactly what you would think it is. They use the power of the warp to make everything catch on fire, and it's hilarious. And then there's Sanctic Powers, which is a different type of buffer. I can't tell if the Psyker is a guy or a girl. You probably won't just looking at their face until you get close enough because most Psychers have shaved heads and a psionic shield or warp shield basically implanted in the back of their skull. Because if they don't have that, they can very easily get corrupted and possessed by warp demons. I kind of... you know what? I'm going to take Sanctioned Psycher, and I'm going to do something a little bit different. So, this is essentially the abilities that Biomancers get a hold of over the course of the game. Most of this is buffing teammates, sometimes debuffing enemies. Some of it, they can also learn the regeneration ability. It allows them to remove toxin stacks on them. They can learn warp speed, which increases movement. They can learn metabolic overcharge in order to give an ally an extra turn with twice their normal movement. And AP, however, it actually weakens them afterwards. They take 5% of their max health as damage at the end of each turn until the end of combat after this has been triggered. But it's basically a nice way to enhance them, and there are things you can do to help mitigate it. Invigorate is the healing skill that class learns. Diviners essentially, looking at most of their abilities you can see right now, they're buffing skills. They basically exist to buff their teammates and make it harder for their teammates to die. Pyromancers. These guys unleash the molten fury of the warp and light people the fuck on fire. Exactly. If you want to light people on fire, if you want an offensive Psyker, this is the most offensive it gets. And I'm tempted to do Pyromancer because I want to see some of the powers they have. Next, there's the... Next, there's the Sanctic Psyker. These guys basically are able to channel the power of the Golden Throne somehow. And basically they gain various abilities to ward off daemons, fuck up heretics, and kill the enemies of the Imperium. These guys are buffers as well as predominantly anti-chaos. The problem with Sanctic Psykers is that they're not as good at helping you if you're not fighting chaos. But that's a semi-minor issue. Like, the majority of your enemies are either heretics or psycho rebels so far through this game anyway that I've noticed. Telepath Psykers. This is the version I normally take. These guys can really fuck up a brain. And it's very funny. They can do a lot, actually, in order to fuck up enemies. They also have a couple of nice abilities to buff their teammates. I am going to take Pyromancer, though, because I want to see what happens, and so does my co-op partner. So, Triumph. A Triumph is essentially a bonus towards a particular stat. You will take this in order to give yourself another minor benefit. Pretty sure there's no way that a Psyker can use the power of the Golden Throne. Yes, actually, there are ways Psykers can use the power of the Golden Throne, Rev. That's actually a thing. The Emperor of Man, his essence became eternal, and he is trapped in the warp. And the Legion of the Damned are a bunch of Space Marines that he has saved after they've been killed in the warp, and their souls were originally to be fed to the Chaos Gods. Or something along those lines. He allows them to kill the enemies of the Emperor. And there are some Psykers that can actually connect to the power of the Golden Throne in the Immaterium, because they can connect to the Emperor's essence and allow you to be able to actually fuck up people with the Emperor's power, because the Emperor was an extremely powerful Psyker. I think 9 or 10 Psykers killed themselves to give him their power, and that's what made him near godlike when it came to the power of the warp as a Psyker. And it also made him damn near immune to the effects of the Chaos Gods. The Chaos Gods can't actually consume or fuck with him. So essentially you can do Apex of Brilliance, which gives you a lore bonus to versus Xenos. You can do Illustrious Glory, which gives you a Persuasion benefit, or a Feat of Greatness, which gives you Coercion. I'm going to do Illustrious Glory because I like Persuasion more than anything else. It was many shamans that managed to make the Emperor of Mankind. 10 is too low. Yeah, like a whole horde of Psykers all basically sacrificed themselves for him. And he gained, like, god-tier warp power. He could use all 5 of the different sanctioned Psyker ability lines and then some. And he was 10 times. He was at least 10 to 50 times more powerful than they were. The Emperor of Man was a hardcore motherfucker. Next, you have to take Darkest Hour. This gives you a debuff. So in return for your Triumph, you get a debuff in your Darkest Hour. And I'm going to take the debuff to Awareness, because my co-op partner's probably going to do Crime Lord or something else, and his Awareness is probably going to be higher than mine. Next, you have to pick your Archetype. Now, your Archetype... Your Archetype is your actual class. The reason why I say Origin is also technically a class is because Origin and Archetype need to have some synergy or you're going to hate yourself. Warriors. Warriors are frontline combatants that assault enemies using powerful melee attacks, charging abilities, and skills and tricks and traits like Endure and Resist attacks in order to be able to tank hits and blows. These guys can be some of the deadliest MFs you'll ever see. Next, you actually, when you look down, that's just your base class. Warriors can evolve into one of 4 separate classes. They can become Assassins, which allows them to augment their physical attacks and kill enemies with higher critical hit chances. and they have higher dodge chances, so they evade a lot of damage more frequently. There's vanguards. These guys are kind of like berserkers. They bullshit smash and slam into virtually everybody and bitch slap them aside with raw brute force. There's arc militants, which are the jack of all trades MFs. Arc militants can wield the power of melee, ranged, and other weaponry in order to be able to kill targets, and they have a lot of heroic superiority and sacrifice benefits. Next is executioners. These guys are all about killing enemies with severe violence and excruciating pain. If you wanted to torture somebody while killing them, this is the guy to do it. And it debuffs the enemies that they attack a lot. In terms of applied usefulness, I'd argue Assassin, Vanguard, and Arc Militant are probably the best ones to use for that, because most of the enemies, at least on normal difficulty, do not have a very large amount of hit points in the early odds, and many of the Executioner's abilities will not get to happen as a result. At least not for a while. Next is Officers. Officers are the class that I'm going to be taking. Officers are essentially classes that they buff their allies, they give their allies bonus actions and bonus action points. Their ultimate ability can give their ally a full fucking extra turn, and they get benefits to fellowship and willpower and persuasion and commerce. These guys are a commander support unit. They support the team by making the team be better at what the team does best. If you need a melee fighter to kill more melee guys, get the officer close enough to give them bring it down. He'll get a free chance to stab somebody. If you need a sniper to pick off another ranged enemy, get close enough to the sniper with the commander for his aura, and he can give that sniper enough action points to take another shot. Do you need your teammates to be more accurate? Use voice of command. Do you need somebody in particular to get a whole other turn in order to keep the edge or to turn a tide of battle in your favor? Use the officer and he can make it happen. They can become vanguards, which allow them to be able to become frontline tanky offensive units in addition to their leadership qualities. They can become master tacticians, which grant them various tactical and overall perceptive abilities. Or they can become grand strategists, which allow them to have greater overarching command of the battlefield itself. Simply put, officers are the commanders. Operatives. Operatives are best described as assassins, snipers, and tactical killers. These guys debuff enemies and make them easier to hit, and hit opponents with skills that either debilitate them or outright one-shot them.
And make bosses more manageable while bulldozing the weaker foes.
Yes. The entire point of operatives is to be able to instantaneously murder trash mob and thin ranks, or kill a high-value target or a leader enemy with incredible ease. Like, these are your damage dealers. If you want a long-range damage dealer, you want an operative. Operatives can also be spec'd for melee, in which case you probably want to turn them into an assassin. But these guys are straight-up DPS focused. Soldiers. Soldiers are frontline offensive support. These guys attack enemies using a wide variety of guns and explosives and grenades. These guys kill enemies with precision and gunfire. The best classes to turn them into, in my perspective, would be bounty hunters and arc militants. Master tactician can give them some leadership bonuses, but they really don't need that. These are your gunners. If you want a guy to run up and shoot somebody whilst handling cover and using burst fire to cover wide areas, this is the class you take. Next is the Blade Dancer. This is a DLC class. If you don't have the DLC, you won't get to access this class. This is a class that wields deadly melee combat as a form of all-round offense. They're not tanky, they're murdery. This is basically a counterpart to the warrior that is built for raw murder force. This kills, and it kills quickly, and oftentimes it kills a lot, particularly if it can draw people in and stab them to death with wide AoE slashes. Blade Dancers are incredibly deadly, and we'll see them when we inevitably do the DLC to this game. They get bonuses to Demolition, Athletics, and Medicae and skills because they need to heal themselves because a lot of their attacks will actually hurt them. They weren't tanky, they were murdery on my headstone. Yes, they are. And I'm going to do ballistic skill, willpower, and I'm going to do intelligence. And then I think I'm going to... So you also get to choose what your flagship is going to be. Sword class frigates are built for maneuverability and pursuit. Falchions are built for some of the heavier and stronger enemies, and they're a more archaic and classy vessel. I don't really like the design of the sword class frigate. I like the Falchion a lot better in terms of its appearance, in all honesty. And that's why I'm going for it.
From the wise words of Commander Shepard from Mass Effect 2, we should give her a name, huh?
Yeah, we should. And now you're making me want to name this thing the Normandy in honor of Mass Effect, because that's a good series.
I'm tempting you to do it on purpose.
I hate you, Alan. And I'm gonna piss off a lot of people by putting in Normandy SR2 because that is the cool one. So initially I'm gonna start out with these stats and bonuses. I'm also gonna start out with Ignite. So now I can randomly cause people to just burn. There, now I look like I belong in this universe. I'm just gonna be randomly causing people to spontaneously combust. The Emperor's not actually a shadow of his former self, believe it or not, Rev. Just gonna get to pleading this Blood Angel Thunderhawk. Its condition is terrible. Why? Is it covered in blood? So I'm going to be doing the initial portion of the opening solo, largely because my teammate won't be able to control anybody until I get a second party member. More accurate. No, Regal, what I'm going to put on your headstone is an illustrious psycho when you inevitably die. No, somehow, luckily, it's not covered in blood. At least I think the green stuff isn't blood. That depends. Did they come back from a fight with Tyranids?
One has the best view of the cathedral from mesmerizing, wouldn't you say?
Well, I thought illustrious. What's going on my headstone if I'm buried? The goodest secretary. That's what's going on your headstone. The Emperor is somewhat fragmented. I'm gonna let this this scene play out, and try to minimize dialogue because I don't want to talk over Coonrad too much.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service, until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity.
This guy's an asshole.
Allow me to introduce myself. Kunrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of her ladyship rogue trader Theodora von
I know I'm
Valencia.
psycho, but hey.
I am aware of that fact. It would have
Oops,
been
sorry.
unacceptable negligence to have overlooked such a detail when compiling your profile. Fate bestowed upon you powers of witchcraft, and a duty to use them for the good of the Imperium. Yours is truly an unenviable lot.
The reason why he says that yours is truly an unenviable lot at the end is largely because Psychers are not liked amongst the Imperium. Psychers are fucking hated amongst the Imperium. And it's because they are people who are touched with the powers of the warp. And the warp is where the realm of the eternal chaos gods and all the evils that want to consume the souls of man and turn us into psychotic heretics. So he's not wrong when he says yours is truly an unenviable lot. Being a psyker is not necessarily a good thing. It means you have a lot of fucked up powers that can really help your allies, but the more of those powers you unleash, the more you tear the veil. And if the veil gets torn, you can summon demons by accident. And that means you now have to fight those alongside your comrades in addition to what you were already fighting. And you can also sometimes cause warp anomalies that can cause your teammates to die or get consumed by a demon if you are not extremely careful. So, Psychers are not well liked for a reason.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them.
It's a double-edged sword.
Or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor. Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct. So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor.
Rogue traders are essentially merchants in the Imperium. He is the most pretentious posh Brit accent. Why? That nasal drag, my god. Trying to channel his inner Snape. Well, he's the Master of Whispers. That's his job title, so that should tell you something about him. Also, it'll become apparent later why he's such a pretentious asshat.
Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions
Heretic!
of the Imperium. No. But from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain.
Yeah, the Emperor is also
I
a
advise
psyker.
you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
But the Emperor is holy and you are not, because the Emperor. Hypocrisy!
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others. I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers
Yes, the
are wont
Imperium
to
is built
attract
on it.
particularly close
Doesn't
attention.
look like a church clergy.
Suffice it to say, that a
Why are we
ladyship is the
surprised by
bearer of
this?
the sacred warrant of trade.
We're
a
not.
woman
I
of
mean, the
immense
Imperium is
power and
basically an allegory
entitlement.
for what happens
However
when
privileged your position may
religious
be,
doctrine
I
and,
ask
and
that you do not
fascist
incur her
government
anger by
dictatorship are
being
taken to the
disrespectful
extreme.
or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities. There is, and you will meet him soon enough. But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora.
That's what it looks like if
I imagine
Catholics
you have
win
many
one
questions
female to
for
every
your
legion of
patroness,
madness.
and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet
That's-
had an
that's-
opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous
That's a
voyage
really
thus
fucked
far.
up joke. Oh my god.
The Lord's Captain and Master Egelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Sure.
Let us not dawdle.
Activate co-op mode.
Come back down 22.
Put me in, coach! Put me in, coach! that's your energy right now. But you laughed. Lorgar in his heretical book.
Our God Emperor.
For the Emperor! I just sent you an invite, Alan. Where are you? Where are you?
For some reason, my console didn't register. They just
I did laugh because it's kind of a gross oversimplification of it, but it's not entirely wrong. A lot of the religious theming of the Imperium is very Catholic, excessively regimented, extremely heretical, and not heretical, but extremely dogmatic, and in many cases excessively organized and regimented in all things. And virtually everything is religious propaganda in one form or another. That's kind of why I've always said that the Imperium is not what a lot of people think it is. It's not basically propaganda for what humanity should be. It is a really fucked up warning about what we could be if we are not careful
I always have a backup plan.
with how we handle shit like this. It's considered a dystopic sci-fi setting for a reason. And it is. You can talk to a lot of these people around here, there really isn't much point. I may as well let these tutorials be seen. They're largely, I think, tutorials for co-op. And I'll show you why there's not a lot of point. You can say so on a rare occasion they'll say something that's kind of interesting, but for the most part they really don't. It's called Grimdark for a reason.
Valencia's trophy.
Dogma isn't even bad, it's the premise of spreading it. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, the level to which they take dogma and dogmatic behavior is so fucking extreme, it's not even funny. I'm a goth chick, this is steampunk with floor toppings. Oh, yeah. Oh, look, the servitors have gone berserk! Oh, no! Oh, God! I shot him, but he didn't go down! I'm just gonna cringe in fear, that'll stop him! Nope.
Your demise is already calculated.
To survive the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. No shit. Anybody who walks into this setting and doesn't somehow immediately pick up on a lot of this, I don't know what to tell you. Alright, Alan, go ahead and hit the start battle button, please. For some reason, it's going to make you, Yeah, you don't have a character, but it's going to involve you anyway because it's funny like that. Oh my unholy god, alright. All battles are turn-based and take place on a grid. Yes, they do. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use abilities. Select a cell with a highlighted area and press X twice to move the character there. Movement points determine how far you can move in a turn. 1 MP for every cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally demands 2 MP. At the beginning of a turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note, once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled. So if I start to move after I have seen what this is capable of, there's no getting out of it.
Who, if
Excuse me
not
while I
me?
light this guy on fire. And now he takes burning damage over time. Arguably more useful than the Psychic Shriek attack. You'll also notice that the Master of Whispers is intentionally not attacking. I missed. I am angry.
I won't compromise my principles.
Increased hit chance, give your character a better weapon. Yeah, no shit, moron. But I don't have a better weapon to start, you idiot.
I'll make it happen.
Game. Thank you. He just casually blasts it.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident.
Steampunk Fire
Servitors
Emblem with
malfunction
blood.
on the officer's
I thought
deck
it was a card
at
game, not
exactly
gonna
the
lie.
same moment when the rogue
Look,
trader
blood!
and their
I'm gonna have
are
the time of
gathered
my
here.
life.
I have blocked all.
Oops, I didn't mean to interrupt him, but what he was saying wasn't really interesting anyway. He was only stating the obvious again.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Thanks.
Keep your wits about you.
Yes, I know about the map, thank you. Sadly, I can't loot any of these dead bodies for loot yet, which triggers my loot goblinism greatly.
I need to loot the body.
I would too. I would steal somebody's fucking las pistol. Have you ever played Fire Emblem
simply
Fates?
irrational.
Yes, I have played many of the Fire Emblem
Assimilation
games.
into
At
the
some
trade
point, I actually
structure
want to stream
would be
some of them.
political and
And the
economic
story to
suicide.
Fates is ass.
Practically an admission of
Unfortunately.
heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad? While you are considering your answer, Edelthrad, I wish to speak with someone else. Perhaps I shall hear something more interesting than incoherent mumbling. Approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Theodora von Valancius. This is a no-nonsense woman, and while she's only in the game for about 20 to 30 minutes, my God, does she give off a lot of character.
What is this? Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your
there's a
people
singing
to
waifu.
interrupt your
Yes, I
conversations
like Azura.
in such a fashion?
But the game's story is terrible. I enjoyed the gameplay of Fire Emblem Fates. I did not like the story to any of those games.
I give
All
that
three of the
permission
Fates
to
games
those with
have
something
bad
of
story
substance
writing.
to say. Let us see if it was worth it. This is the second candidate for the title of my successor. Step forward. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis Expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous.
I'm not
and
going to play
difficult
Monster
eradicate.
Hunter World. Shut
I
up.
suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence. Even among his flock, not all are of a piece. I suggest you familiarize yourself with that fact before you are sorely.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
The characters to Fire Emblem Fates were not the reason I hated that game. It was purely the writing of the story itself that was terrible. Most of the characters to Fates I actually really enjoyed, from both sides. There's only a couple that I really don't like. Most of them are the child characters, most notably Rajat, who is literally a stand-in for Tharja from Fire Emblem Awakening, and Tharja was not a very good person in Fire Emblem Awakening. The only reason Tharja is an extremely popular character is because she has great tits, a svelte figure, and a fat ass. And she's a sadist, so a lot of people have dommy-mommy fetishes with her. But Tharja is an amoral murderer, a killer, and a lunatic.
So, why are you here?
He'd accept the mobility and bomb-flinging gimmicks on Rise Sunbreak. So she's a goth. She's goth taken to a murderous extreme. She hexes and curses other members of the group all the time just to experiment on them. Commits to random acts of kindness at rare intervals just because she feels pity on certain people and doesn't really understand anybody for the way they feel. So
You are direct. I approve. But you will have to wait. There is something I want you to understand first. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo
met
of
me.
Scaris. I am a rogue
She's
traitor
caught
in
on
the
the spectrum.
service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all.
I don't know who voiced Theodora von Valancius, but she did not get paid enough.
It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
Hey, you finally don't have tooth pain. Congratulations.
Oh, yes. You would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his...
Yeah, and so do you, Regal. What's your point?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate.
You have no one but yourself to blame on that one. Yeah, and apparently my type is trust issues and psycho.
People.
What does that tell you?
They are not as quick to
What does that say
resign
about
themselves
you?
to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Coronis Expanse. It says in your profile that you bear the brand of sorcery, albeit sanctioned sorcery that is permitted in the service of the Imperium. I am accustomed to the presence of psychos at my side. More than that, I value their unique abilities highly.
Her fashion taste is goth.
Perhaps that is why I am
And
so
eccentric.
intrigued by Edelthrad's candidacy. A rogue trader psyker could achieve great things indeed. However, psychers are fragile creatures. And as such, I would rather have a replacement standing ready in the event that something happens to Edelthrad. Moreover, even changing your family name will not rid you of the fame you previously garnered. I hope it will also help you bring glory to the von Valancius dynasty, to which you now belong. His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
Ultra eccentric. Yeah, the Imperium is, when it comes to Imperium attire, It's goth cyber slash steampunk eccentricity taken to the max.
Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Gellerfield, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead.
When you invite me to
Sometimes
dinner,
in
I look
days
like
or
a
even
vampire.
hours. That is how humanity
Regal, that explains
spread
so many
across
of your
the
goddamn
galaxy.
personality quirks.
That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the war.
Then there's how the Chaos Cultists dress. The Chaos Cultists dress like they tried to get out of a death metal concert outhouse.
About the ship being possessed after all.
Don't give him costume ideas for me.
Lady
You already
Shield,
are disappointed that I don't look like fucking
surely you do not
Dracula
intend
from
to
the Van
start
Helsing movie
repeating
with Hugh
idle
Jackman.
rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Especially Slanish cultists.
Enough, Abelard. Such
Oh,
hearsay
Slanish.
amuses me.
Ugh.
Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time. Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
It's time for violence!
You will beg for mercy.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are actually cultists.
Emperor, protect me!
Emperor protect me, she says.
One fewer target.
Don't mind Abelard getting his murder hobo on.
Stay vigilant.
There's Mort, by the way. He is her most direct guard. Mort is an extremely deadly Melta weapon master who I believe is ex-Caterpillar.
It's as good as done. Your end was inevitable.
I love being able to light people on fire.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea. Death to the weak.
I'm a bad person.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Serve the ruinous powers! took care of this one. One fewer target. Follow my lead. To the heritage.
Damn! Excuse me while I just light everybody in the room on fire. Yeah, and then he immediately burned to death when his turn came around from the DOT.
That's gonna hurt.
Jesus! She blew that guy into non-existence with a plasma pistol.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the arch-militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
I've seen the way Mort fights. He's fine. And I can't
Rise to the
loot
top,
any of the
or get
corpses.
left in the dust.
Yeah, Mort uses a high-powered melt-a-gun and he nukes everybody's face.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
It's called street racing, Liz.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us
Is the
along?
guy's name Mort or
We're all
Mort?
done
It's
here.
Mort.
I'll report right away.
And Mort is a badass.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineering regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading
Mort
fast.
from the Madagascar
I am
movies.
receiving scans from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this
Liz, I
outrage
just told
was
you what the
planned in
answer was.
advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
And no, they don't have events for street racing. Street racing is highly fucking illegal. And dangerous.
Lunatics, fools.
Because street racing happens in the middle of streets where cars can go and you're sometimes not there, sometimes are.
Tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept.
Well, there's not a
but
machine
such
on this
risks
earth I
are
cannot drive, whether it
inescapable.
flies, floats, or drifts. Yeah.
First, we
Let
have
me
to
put it this
confirm
way.
that the bridge and the
Liz,
navigator's
have you
septum are
ever
secure,
have you ever seen Fast and the
and
Furious?
I have the means to do both things.
That like
at
what? Go
once.
watch that movie. That's street racing. And you can see how dangerous it is. Like,
Where
obviously
is he?
it's a
I
movie,
must
so
know
it's
if
over
he
the
is
top,
unharmed.
but
A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I've seen it in games. Oh.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived
drag
on
racing.
transitional deck
No, it's
18.
not. I know what actual drag racing is. That is not drag
Blast it.
racing.
Master of Whispers, find
Quarter-mile
Edelfrad
stretch.
immediately.
Yeah, but doesn't
Locate
drag racing
Tras and the Sister of
require
Battle.
dragsters?
Both are to remain at my side.
Oh, what Rev
Archmage
was
with
talking
me.
about. Oh.
I must go to my study.
Oh, yeah, no, that is drag
We might
racing.
encounter
Okay, never mind.
heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain.
I was gonna say,
Transit
like, I
Shore
don't know
is
that
at
much about
the
racing in
heart of
cars, but I know enough to know what
and
drag
if our
racing
goal is to bring Edelfrad back,
is. You lagger.
I could
Shut
use
up.
some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Kunrad, do I need to stab you?
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
We're in the war. Considering the attack, there could be a disruption in the Geller field and the infiltration of malevolent forces onto the decks. Psychus can react to such things in the most unpredictable ways.
Tells me about Fast and the Furious. Yeah, pretty much every single race that happens in Fast and the
Master of
Furious
Whispers, you
is
must
a
not
highly
allow my
illegal
heir to
race
turn
through
into a
civilian
mindless
population
mutant and
centers.
perish under enforcer fire. Do whatever it takes to bring Edelthrad back to me.
Yeah, they don't have tags, they don't necessarily have lights, they've got heavily modified engines. Essentially, a lot of the vehicles that show up in those movies, the way they're used in those centers, they have stuff that would technically be considered illegal for, like, a standard vehicle because it's sports and racing performance equipment, and it's being used in a civilian population center, which is extremely dangerous and, in some instances, highly illegal. But street races that go... but it's illegal because they're going above the speed limit, they're going in low mileage areas, they're going at high speeds in areas where a lot of vehicles can be, and people can get killed in those races because of a lot of the sharp turns and the possibility of vehicles appearing that are not part of the race, just trying to get to their usual point A to point B.
Then move out! Mort, come.
You try to make it sound so boring. No. If that sounded boring, then I achieved incorrect. No.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. Of course you will.
Yeah, the Lord of Whispers is a traitor. I promised you a special destiny. It's time to fulfill it. Negative Nancy over there. Just clear the roads like they do for a marathon. You have to get permits to legally clear roads or be doing road work like fixing things like power lines and shit like that.
Careful, careful. Be gentle
Yes.
with our guest. He has an important mission.
Well,
to
it's highly
complete
illegal
during our
because of the
visit to
speeds and the
warren
risk to
chamber.
every driver
And
involved.
for that, I
Just
need
get the
him
permits.
breathing.
When you're doing a lot of illegal gambling and half the people involved in those races are career criminals, getting the permits is a little hard, and 9 times out of 10 it's not allowed. It's also extremely expensive, and these people don't want to because they don't care about the law.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight.
You can say the
I
thing about
need you
Formula
here
1,
for your
that
blood.
guy who walked out of the
You
fire.
have the option to sell voluntarily.
That was done under the understanding of what he was doing was highly dangerous. The civilian drivers that the street racers go by don't know anything about this, and neither do the police nearby, and you break a shit ton of speed limit laws and traffic control laws when you do city circuit street racing.
We are in the anteroom of the war engine.
You have to understand the
This
local
void
PD
ship's
is owned by
most
whatever
hallowed
criminal
vault.
organization is
There,
paying for the blocks.
beyond
Yeah,
those
exactly.
gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora
Half the time the
all
police
of
do
her
know,
powers.
yes.
The sacred warrant of trade.
And a lot of them are paid for it.
Only one obstacle remains on our path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
This is hilarious. You could try to use your psychic powers against him, but it doesn't work.
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for? Wretched. What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur.
How am I her cur? I
Are
just
you
got
hoping
here,
to
you
buy a
cockbite.
grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind.
Like, here's the problem with everything you just said. I just got on board this ship. I've known you for maybe 20 minutes and Theodora for 10. In both of those instances, both of you have kind of been condescending to me, but at least Theodora is offering me a chance to grow, expand, and enhance. You want to sacrifice me to a chaos ritual. Why the fuck would I help you?
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Fon Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I
Regal
will
over here
accomplish
terrifying everybody.
this righteous act.
You're rich, but you're 6K in debt. I mean, what? Yeah, the game forces you to do this, but something hilarious happens when you do. I love this entire sequence. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. That's not a human likeness, that's probably a human's face. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly as this is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. Okay, that's a human face and a human chest cavity, cybernetically augmented and lobotomized in order to be integrated into the machinery. So that's a human being. It's an Archaeotech relic. And it just got us 20 bonus EXP right there, too. Nice. A few dark drops of blood fall into the servitor's throat. Immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass, the Sentinel's jaw remains closed, and you're beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humans. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where the quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head. This subsides, and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled into your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
This is how I love what happens here.
There is still another way.
Praise the Emperor and pass the ammunition. What, Alan? It's a flaming disco party, and the bodies are the balls.
Escort the child of the house to safety. Voxcast frequencies disrupted.
I needed context somewhere.
Initiating
Preferably
setup.
Theodora.
Establishing connection.
Master, restore communication with the navigator sanctum. I'm trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
By the way, that servo skull, that is actually made out of a real human skull.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations. Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by. Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration.
The reason why the daemon influence inside your head was incapable of doing any real harm, you were tricked into thinking it actually had control and harm over you. And power over you. But because you did not welcome it in, it did not actually have influence.
The safety of the warrant is secured.
Is there money to be made?
That tutorial was basically telling you how to manage your map and whatnot. These guys just got disintegrated by are those laser turrets? That one definitely is. Yeah, they're both the same model. Okay, that's definitely laser turrets. Yes, that too. Praise the Emperor and pass the ammunition. Where the fuck do I need to go? Oh, I know what I need to do. Yeah, you gotta turn the fucking... You gotta close the fucking door again. Why do you want to ride it? Because I have more. Next question.
Run, fools, or fall.
Hello, Abelard. Ballsy of you. He cut that guy in half! Holy shit. That is metal as hell. Enter Buzzsaw.
Master.
Yes.
What?
And our first party member.
Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me. What is the meaning of this? What? Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. Bandmaster, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora. Saints' blood! then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Whoops.
I will lead us to fortune. Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Fuck it, I'll give Abelard 2 weapons. Let's see him use them.
Let us not dawdle.
And my co-op partner gets his first character at last. Oh yeah, the game's gonna make you use a med kit on me.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead.
Thanks.
The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt.
Good, I have
That is
somebody
the
to
least of our
shoot
problems.
now.
The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
Liz, asking somebody else about their wedding isn't always the best way to get the kind of information for your own inspiration. Why don't you use the internet, though? You have access to it. Look up different kinds of wedding dresses of various forms. Or look up a fairy tale dress of some kind if you want. My mother had her last wedding as a medieval cosplay, so I went dressed in my Renaissance festival attire as a knight out of his armor. I wasn't allowed to wear my sword. My sword was made out of wood. I don't have a metal. Well, I have several metal swords, but I didn't wear one to a wedding. You can design a wedding and tailor it however you feel. I would suggest looking up different types of outfits for different kinds of cultures and ceremonies and whatnot, and make whatever you want. I thought you went dressed as a peasant at the wedding. You get invited to weddings without your sword. They make me bring mine. What, Alan?
But that is not the worst of it. All these jobs are most alarming.
If I do a Star Wars themed wedding, I'm going for my own wedding. I will be Darth Revan.
Ship out of the war and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control.
I will cosplay as Darth
We must reach
Revan.
the Navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation.
Okay.
If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
No. Seth has to be Captain Rex, or no, Seth has to be heavy. Seth has to be heavy.
I am no helmsman. Oh, God, Emperor.
No, you're going as a commando. You're going to be Sev.
However,
07
my
from
entire life
the
aboard void
commando
ships
games.
equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not. It could be that the Gellerfield has fallen. Perhaps the Navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet. You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Vox cast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing? Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
No, I just know what would happen if I were to do a Star Wars themed wedding.
During warp transit, the sanctum is
I know who my
closed to
favorite
all
characters are and
foreigners
who I would
involved
want
in
people
traversing the
cosplaying
Empyrean.
as.
And for good reason.
My mother would
For the
have
navigator
no,
to open their
no.
third
My
eye
sister
and
would have to
proceed away.
cosplay as
The
Princess
sanctum
Leia.
must be bathed in the energies of the immaterium.
Just because
Only a
nobody else
navigator
has,
can
has
withstand
nearly
such
as
an
savage a tongue as she does in my
For
family.
the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death. Lady Theodorus. Which one?
This
The last one I
motherfucker
received
really
was about
stands
the
on
Navigator's
ceremony.
sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well and safely in charge of the ship's defense.
So you would
In the
not want
meantime,
me as a
we must do
helmeted
all we can to
501st
prevent the
Phase
ship
1?
from veering off
I would
course.
accept this, Rev. Think you'd find food easier to eat without a helmet? Yeah, we definitely have to get you an actual clone outfit. One that would be functional rather than just stylish, though.
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
All right, Alan, you now have to lead us everywhere we go because the
Lord
characters
Captain
just
is
said
calling
so.
her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward.
Death cannot believe a power suitable sacrifice.
Oh,
Don't you
hey,
dare
look,
to
Alan,
cross us.
assholes.
Masters demand your death.
That's fine. Abelard is a melee tank, and as such, Abelard is going to be doing a lot of melee tanking. Me? I'm gonna be lighting people on fire.
I'll see to it personally.
Alright, you know what to do, Captain. Oh my god, I watched that guy's arm fly. No, that was his head. That was his head! You decapitated the first guy and cut the second guy in half! Oh my god. It's a gore fest already. And you charged the guy nearest to me. That's... Oh, I could not have asked for any better than that. I guess? I think it was supposed to hurt.
On it. I won't stand for it.
You can kill his friends now. God damn, you've decapitated 2 people! His head flew all the way over to the corner!
Reduced to dust.
Star Wars is retro now. So what? Star Wars is life! Star Wars is
Keep
awesome.
your wits about you.
Technically it is. I mean, look how long ago it was created.
Heresy.
Oh look, I found a laser pistol. It's just too bad it's ass. those swords. Alright, let's go to the Navigator's Sanctum. I predict he's going to rant about Star Wars and how it's a shit show now. No, I've done that enough. Star Wars is fucking awesome, that's all I'm gonna say. It was a great franchise until Disney destroyed it. That's it. And it's still a great franchise if you go back to its roots. Excuse me while I avoid getting my head smashed in by falling debris.
Would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
By the way, if you want to know what a prophetic psyker is, you're about to get an idea.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abela, how they sing.
Yeah, she's got a lot of warp voices in her head right now, and not all of them are good.
This is Idira Class, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
She has an enriching environment. Oh my god. Stop being gross. I'm trying to. I'll be right back.
From beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud.
And that's me versus charity events.
And you von Valancius, are a sorcerer too, just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psychers she wants one to replace her.
Officers frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelsrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelstrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
Not you, the crazy lady on stream. Why the fuck is crazy lady somehow something the auto mod hates? Oh, because it could technically be bullying. She is having a wonderful time.
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks. Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Yeah! Prophetic psychers, they get their prophecies from the warp. Oh, yeah. You ready, Alan?
The whispers are getting louder.
Surrender to the dark powers.
Oh, shit, so can I. Oh, I almost can. I have an idea. We'll see. Yep.
Here we go. Chaos guides me.
That was obnoxious. That's gonna hurt her, but...
Can I fall back now? Was that you? Or...
I'll see to it personally.
Burn!
Your end was inevitable. It's as good as done.
What's your target?
You can't charge? Oh. It's not a problem.
Farewell.
I'll just have her scream inside the guy's mind. He'll be fine.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead. But the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. Master Vespider.
Your time is short.
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
That sounds like Zinch.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help. The Edge.
Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, this shell will burst, and thousands of Moors will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods.
Yeah, that really sounds like Zinch.
All right. A sacrifice offered. Oh. My heart tells me that Kunrad was not deterred by his defeat in the warrant chamber.
That's because Kunrad is a
betrayed
pussy.
Lady Theodora? But how is that? How? He was as loyal as a dog. And I didn't hear a thing, I swear.
The footfalls of the bringer of twilight are veiled by the will of his masters. Tear out your eyes. See who is to become the champion's servant, for you need them no longer.
Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on. And wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation. So, run. Run.
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servos gold relayed to us earlier.
Vespidas, good luck. And thank you.
Black tears mixed with blood streaming under the closed eyelids. Oh my god.
I always have a backup plan.
My stub revolver is more powerful.
Should I divide?
I have a nose for profit and the taste for adventure.
Oh yeah. Herp, derp, 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 derp. Yes. And I want it for you. That rifle makes you a murder hobo. Yeah, I kind of want that too, I'm not gonna lie.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
The only thing that's over is your life, asshole.
Not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Adeptus Sororitas!
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Nuns.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
So what the fuck are the Space Marines? Space priests?
The hour is dark and daunting. A ship abounds with corruption.
Crashing through the window,
The faces
nuns?
of friends are twisted with sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the arch-enemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
The Battle Sisters are space nuns in every bit of way that the Space Marines are space priests. Battle Sisters of the Adeptus Sororitas, which is what she is, are essentially females that have been augmented in a very similar way to how Space Marines are augmented. They have enhanced physical strength, endurance, stamina, regeneration, secondary organs to allow them to be able to handle a wide variety of fucked up situations, and they're usually equipped with bolters or incendiary weapons. And they're just as psychotically loyal to the Emperor as a Space Marine. And they're just as dangerous, if not more, because they are usually a little bit smaller, a little bit more agile, and so they will take fewer shots while they deliver more punishment. Get your Dommy Mommy jokes out now.
Very well. We may leave it at that, for now.
They're not female Space Marines. Yes, they are. Adeptus Sororitas are basically female Space Marines. They're not... What you're thinking of is that crappy TV show that Amazon tried to make that got canceled that had female Space Marines in Space Marine chapters. Which makes no sense because the Adeptus Sororitas has always been the female equivocation to male Space Marines.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an
Hello,
ambush.
Pebbles.
Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors. Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
The Custodies are basically Space Marines on steroids. Like, you think the Space Marines are human soldiers on steroids. The Custodies are actually 10 times stronger. they get even more advanced enhancements. And no, none of the custodies are female in the lore, but there are contingents of battle sisters that exist to serve alongside the custodies as guards to the Golden Throne.
Through this door, I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold
The
up
Sisters
any
of
heretics
Silence
who
are
might
not
try
battle
crawling through the
sisters, but
cracks
yes,
to
they
join the
are.
main assault.
They are a
And we'll
female
take a look at the
contingent of
generator
warriors
while we're
that
at it.
service and protect the
Those
Golden
villains made a
Throne.
mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a tech
Just like the custodies
but
do.
We'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
I always keep my
Oh,
options open.
hold on. Alan, you get control of Argenta.
I know how to take risks.
Equipping 2 revolvers probably isn't going to do me any favors. But I'm going to do it anyway. Nuns and gags. That's not an inaccurate way to describe the Sisters of Silence. I did not realize what the fuck I had done when I opened that door. Oh, shit.
Is there money to be made?
God damn it.
Challenges make the spoils that much sweeter.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice. Out of my way. Ah!
Alan gets first turn.
Eradicated.
Oh my unholy god! Well, you shredded half of those dickheads, didn't you?
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Well, there went 4 of them already.
I'm okay with it. Yeah, but Henry Cavill's had to work his ass off in order to stop Amazon from corrupting the lore of the series. Not, Henry Cavill got greenlit as a producer to try and work on a Warhammer 40K TV show. And Amazon keeps trying to corrupt the lore of the franchise every time it does it.
Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Well, there goes 2 more of them.
But of course.
No, he won't lose his job. The fans of the franchise have consistently been backing every one of his decisions and attitudes that he's had over it. So, no, he's not going to lose his job. Amazon is going to lose the fucking rights to make the show if they keep going.
I'll see to it personally.
And I agree with him personally. If you're going to do lore on a series, you're going to do it right. Alright, Alan, cut a motherfucker. Needs his own production company. He really does. If he could buy his own film studio, I swear to God, that man would make money for life. He cosplayed as Commander Shepard, actually, one time, and people really wanted that to be a real thing.
Death to the weak! I serve the ruinous powers!
I serve the ruinous powers! Yeah, and they clearly ruined your ability to hurt people. You guess these cultists are Chaos Undivided? It's never explicitly stated, honestly, if they are or not.
Anything else? Will do.
Chaos guides me.
If you want my opinion on the matter, I think these guys are Tzeentch cultists.
Who, if not me? I won't compromise my principles.
Alright, Alan. Cut a motherfucker. What, you can't charge?
I can, but I can't reach anyone.
What? Well, that's awkward. I guess charge forward, yeah, and go after that guy.
Out of my way!
Yeah, separate.
Yeah, quit running like a bitch. Oh. Yeah, then maybe they are just Chaos Undivided. Oh no, 3 hit points. Damn! Catch that with your face. I know they're not Nurgle worshippers because they're not covered in plagues and disease. And I know they're not Khorne worshippers because they haven't started screaming blood for the blood god yet.
Another enemy down.
Okay, I like the Pyromancer. My psychic powers definitely feel more useful. Crappy ass autogun.
Cast your eye there.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
That's how it's done.
They're definitely not Slaanesh. Yeah, no, really. Thank God.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Oh, the doors opened up again, so I can grab that box.
Yeah, that's because I turned the power on.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. I always get the job done. Just as I planned.
Ooh, a shotgun.
For once, I was the loot goblin.
The whispers told me how.
Let me just blow this door open casually.
I always have a backup plan.
Did you want something? Did I mention?
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences. This is intriguing.
Oh hey, there's a nice key on that guy's dead body. Oh wait. We actually have to go this way first. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette appears and forms in the raging fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. Then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valancius.
Are you lost, my heir?
Mm-hmm.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
I am a rogue trader. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready? I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
So, you can say no. Essentially, there's a kind of morality system, kind of not. Dogmatic, walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Heretical, accept the offer of help. Take my pain away and give me power. Iconoclast, get the people off the bridge. I will not leave my people in harm's way. So, the dogmatic answer is to run through that flame and take everybody with you. This makes you a dogmatic adherent to the Emperor's will. However, it will kill all of these Imperial guardsmen and soldiers that are with you. All these people are going to die. Heretical. If you take this, then you begin to embrace the power of the Chaos Gods, absorbing their energy and slowly turning into one of their champions. Over time, the more heretical choices you make, the more heretically aligned you will become. Dogmatic does the same thing, but with dogmatic decisions. The only difference is that dogmatic is basically you're a blind loyalist. You take everything dogmatically adherent to the Emperor's will on faith that it is always the correct choice. Iconoclast. This morality system involves prioritizing the survival of the humans and people in a situation at any given time. Iconoclast is basically, I care about the people and that's it. And I am not walking through that fire knowing that it's going to kill all of these people for no reason.
Your eye on the prize.
Particularly when, if we go backwards like this...
Go. The thing that was standing in... Yeah, I could have sworn.
Is there... Oh, is there more stuff?
To the same place all unholy.
Alan, did you find more stuff? Oh, yeah.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
It's okay. I'm just making a bridge. Alright, now where's that helmet? I was gonna say, I remember what this does. Are you sure that helmet isn't tied to... Mort? Are you sure that's not on his dead body?
I always keep my options open.
There's more goods over there, though, game. I was moving to the goods. What are you doing?
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Icona is basically being a reasonable person in 40K. Yeah, kind of.
Or they could be fighting.
Iconoclasts are basically people who... They're not very devout, but they're not heretical. They just care about, like, trying to find a way out of this and being human about it. And by human, I mean somewhat moral.
I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
Keep your wits about you.
Yeah, the tech use gloves. I'll equip those for now.
do we have here?
There's goods here.
See? Right there.
I don't know what was supposed to happen there, but that was the first time I've ever seen a trigger break in this game.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Ooh, Lex Mechanics goggles. Those improve logic. Come here, Pebbles. Come here, baby. Come here. I know. I know. Dad. Dad, I don't know. Fuck it, I guess I'll wear those for now.
I always have a backup plan.
Dad. Dad, I'm being a bugaboo. My hairball demanding my attention because it's what she do. Yes, baby, I feel a lot better. And she was murdered. And Mort was also murdered. Alan, were you talking about that dogmatic helmet? Oh, that one.
Is there money to be made?
Well, there's a dogmatic helmet you can give to, what's her face now? Argenta. Yes. 10 Commerce and Lore Imperium. Yeah, I'll go ahead and wear the rosary for now.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
I don't know who the hell Idira's voice actress is, but again, she did not get paid enough. You have to remember that Idira is slightly insane.
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here. And he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Welcome back, Liz.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp. Luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Thing dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Handwritten letter with a seal from the Inquisition. Interesting.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more. No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But
oh
you...
my god!
Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition!
Just keep your eye on the prize.
Oh yeah, there's a fight in here, I forgot. Almost forgot. I don't like Idira. Why? What's wrong with Idira? I think Idira is a fine character. I don't see the problem with her. She's very feely. Well, I mean, she spends a lot of her time surrounded by emotions and feelings from beings of the warp. And she's half insane because of it. Of course she's very feely. And Alan gets to start again. I'm not complaining. That was not a complaint. I'm sure they make mood stabilizers in this society. Ah ha 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 ha! If by mood stabilizers you mean lobotomy and cybernetic augmentation, yeah, sure. You're funny. Okay.
I refuse.
Let me see if I can get close enough.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
I can't get close enough without putting my character in danger. Yeah, I can also do this.
You never stood a chance. I'll make it happen.
Worth it. Tell me that wasn't worth it. You took 1 damage to temporary wounds. Alright, Alan, go ahead. Go nuts. It wasn't worth it. It's something else with her, but I can't place it. She's very insane because of her connection to the warp, and it makes her emotionally unstable and somewhat dangerous to talk to and deal with, but by itself, that's not really a problem. You can actually manage that very easily. She's just very emotionally loyal and such. Maybe because there's nothing to place. That's good. Well, only the combat servitor is going to get a turn this time.
Anything else? Was that you? Or on it?
He's gonna blast those two. And he didn't do any fucking damage! Yon Messiah wills I will clean this blood from Blood Angel Thunderhawk. Alan! Here, kill him with this. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, seriously.
On it.
My fire attack only did like 1 to 2 damage?
I'll see to it personally.
Well, Alan, take a shot with Argenta. Sergeant Carcass! Thank the Omnissiah. That was 2? Yeah. Yeah, I'm... Here we go, inspect. 80% armor. That might be why he's taking so little damage. He's got a thermal multi-melta. Yeah, no, that doesn't really matter. He's only got 18 hit points left. Now shoot him again. Any favorite dialogue from 40K? Most of my favorite dialogue from Warhammer 40K is from Warhammer 40K Dawn of War 2.
But of course, be gone.
There we go. He doesn't really resist the power of the mind very
Keep
well.
your wits about you. Crave entertainment.
And we got another level up. This will be our finest hour. Let's go. No way. There we go. Use Psyker Minoris to enhance my abilities. Okay, what was that other item we just picked up? Wearer gains +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Or I could put it on Adira. Yeah, her intelligence is 30 for whatever reason. I can't use that specifically, but I would say give that to Abelard, because toughness affects your HP and your defenses.
I always keep my options open.
No. You ready? I haven't been able to read a lot of the 40K books.
That's how it's done.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the time.
I'm not sure if I'm doing a 4-hour or not. It'll depend on how long my buddy wants to try and do this
our
today.
lives for the rogue trader.
Yeah, you. I do want to stand up and
preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head.
Yes, your favorite Primarch, Lehman Russ.
No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing.
I know
in
it's
the
not
air.
Gulliman.
This is the end. We will perish in the war, along with the Warrens and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
Edelthrad, will you shut the fuck up?
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
Edelthrad is also about to make a very big mistake here.
We are out of time. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
He died in the hours of the Horus heresy.
Accursed
Sanguinius.
traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
that was a mistake. Oh, dear unholy God.
No mercy to those who oppose Von Valancius! Come to chaos!
Oh, buddy, you look a little disgusting. I think you've been spending too much time at a death metal concert. Or an Eldritch Abomination Vention. My mom needs to stop showing up in the games you play. Oh my God! Oh, Jesus, Liz, that's so bad. Oh, ready when you are, Alan. Oh, that's horrible.
Oh wow, Avalar, yeah, far behind.
Oh, damn, wow, yeah, he shit.
These are Gentas right after you.
Yeah.
Just still working.
I'll make it happen.
Getting Psyker Minoris really helped my fire damage. Holy shit.
Oh wait, no.
It's as good as done.
Here you go, Alan. Let Abelard do something, I guess. Damn! Did you? Did you just? You cut that guy in half! Oh my unholy God! That was incredible. The way his body ragdolled and just flew. That was disgusting, but at the same time, that was incredible.
Anything else?
Let me just...
What an unfortunate
murder that
turn of
hobo.
fate.
Okay.
Will do.
Alright, I gotta be really careful with how far I tear this veil. Because we've got a lot of war presence in this room. So you're probably gonna have to do a lot of the heavy lifting since my Psyker powers are not gonna be good. Oh! Wow. I was afraid that was gonna hit a lot harder than it did. Should be able to move, yeah, just enough to be able to nail that asshole. So I'm gonna go ahead and explain this boss fight a little bit. This is a chaos spawn, and you may notice that we have gone out of our way to murder everybody except the chaos spawn right away. There's a reason for that. And let's see, where's the ability? This creature devours an ally, restoring 30% of the creature's maximum wounds. That's the reason. Next is natural armor. If this creature has more than 70% of its total wounds, it has 55% armor. If it has 70 to 40% of its total wounds, it has 40% armor. If it has 40% of its total wounds or less than 40%, it has only 25% armor. It also always suffers plus 20% toxic and fire damage. So, natural armor is the reason we haven't been killing this thing, combined with its Devourer trait. I'd say just, yeah, fuck up the boss. Guys. Oh my God. get close enough to do something? I really didn't want to do that.
I won't stand for it.
Nope, I don't have line of sight. Fuck.
Taking
And I'm gonna back off a little bit here.
my second nature.
You're the only person I can give this to. Yeah, this boss has a shit ton of HP. What? Yeah, I could. But that's not as useful as doing this.
I'll make it happen.
Yeah, but he's gonna be burning for 3 turns. I don't have to do that for another 3 turns. The veil will go down by then.
On it. Was that you? Or
Best way is to use the analyze it weak and then expose weakness.
Oh, okay. This my hawk roll. It's because you want to have enough space to shove your foot up his ass. No, that acid splash is why I don't want to get that close, actually.
Chaos guides me. Your blood will flow.
Yeah, these guys, it's nice to have the overseers helping, but... Yeah, she did. Be careful about doing any more to him, though, because if he takes much more damage, he's going to eat that last guy. We need that guy to die before he takes more damage. And he just did a rending scream, so now he's tearing the veil more. Because of course he is. Okay, there we go. Now we can wail on the boss without fear of reprisal. Or fear of him healing. Not reprisal. He'll still try to counterattack.
Target well struck.
Hey! Now we're doing damage.
On it.
That hit for 6. Yeah, it's a lot better than nothing, and right now I can't attack with my psychic powers without risking the veil. So, it's that or nothing at all.
Yeah.
Video of the speech that he does, it's one of my favorite. Oh.
my prescience has failed me. What is this foreboding?
Her psychic ability would bypass his armor,
but of course
I'm not doing that.
Anything else?
If I tear the veil, we're gonna have a real problem on our hands. See, look at that, 8 damage from that fire attack.
Duty go hand in hand.
And now it's time for you to do a burst. Yep. Oh, did she run out of ammo? Oh, fuck, she ran out of ammo. You probably could do run and gun, I guess. Okay, that guy just did damage. I'm a big fan of that guy now.
There we go.
I'll make it happen.
Now that's damage!
Nah, he's dead now.
Abelard, finish him off! Okay! We did it! We killed all the lunatics in the fucking room! They're all dead now! There's so many jokes I could make. I've probably made enough offensive ones, though. Upgrade my willpower. I just took an ability that allows me to do an additional 4 damage to any enemy that is 6 cells or more away from me when I unleash a psychic attack. That's an incredibly good fucking skill for her to have. Gloves of Endurance.
There we go. I'm gonna give her bolt weapon expert to gain plus 10% armor pen.
Mantle of Heroism. Mantle of Heroism should probably go to Abelard.
Well, remember he already has that one.
Oh, what's the other one that he's got?
The Rogue Trader's Cloak, plus 5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius.
Oh! Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. That's pretty good.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
That man is now a very tough hombre.
The heir is dead. He's sacrificed. Rival, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long. Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
Restore the Fox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to
I
disregard
had to feel
rules.
partially insulted. You thought
are
my
the only
favorite
one who
Primarch
speaks
was
for
Lehman
House
Russ.
von
Hey
Valensis.
man, Lehman Russ
You
is
may
the
not be the Lord Captain,
like they
but
had a
you,
battle
more than
tank
anyone
named
else,
after him.
deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
I'm playing Minecraft. I don't care. Can I I don't give a rat's ass about Minecraft. Can I tell you that? Yes, so did Dorm. You talk about Rogel Dorm? The image of before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents of invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing, while still remaining the same. It has taken the guise of Theodora. But the false road trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of her eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears. Then this voice booms with all the horrors of the war.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
Yeah, I've heard shit like that before, lady, from even bigger dicks than you, and I've crushed them under my boots all the same. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind.
I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate.
This violent vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirement's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Seneschal, The navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, we could tell us now. Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Yes, we do. Well, I mean, it's not my fault this game is filled to the brim with fucking lore. God. Yeah, I forgot the game does this to you. It stops speaking for the officers. Don't lie to him, it is your fault. No, she was talking to me. Essentially what's happening right now for everybody on screen, because this is a lot of stuff, and I don't know if I should try to voice it or not. I guess I could voice act again. What's going on is we lost a lot of our higher-end staff, so now we have to basically bring in everybody who was underneath all of the veterans in the inner circle and pray to fucking God that they're going to do the jobs as well. And we're also going to have a few new people recruited to replace people that we can't just immediately promote somebody else into the position of. Attention, officers! You've been granted an honor. Lord Captain Leonidas von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you should introduce those present, Abelard? As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Otta of the Ptoleman line, our new Voxmaster. There's the appearance of said character. She's practically more implant than person at this point. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Voxmaster delivers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. Ha! He has resting bitch face. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured, she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. Says the guy who was hiding behind the cogitators the whole fucking time while I did the killing. And lastly, our high factotum generous Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with an oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. Oh my god, you have gotten fat. Anyway, it is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see you looking your highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for our artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the Tech Priest's machinery. Mechandantrites. Good fucking god, that's an 8-letter word, ain't it? Thank you, Abelard. Greetings to you all. I serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low-pitched voice, for your ears only. The Lord is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and, unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykard Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the winter-scaled rogue trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Drives Master, I will hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox translator emerges under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed. Thank the Omnisire, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that Engine Seer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. I like how this guy basically is saying, would somebody care to translate his words? Realistically speaking, you don't need to translate that. Essentially, the machines are really sad because they lost a lot of their AI brothers, and the head of the Magos tech priests aboard, who managed the engine, is dead, and nobody knows a lot of the stuff he knows. Oh, that was a woman. Oops. One piece will reportedly be in 2026 of October. Master Helmsman Ravor. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ships sound more or less, but without our Engine Seer Prime or Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you allow me to interject. When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobolite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. They have located a navigator, and in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. A true blessing from the God Emperor. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull, as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the daemon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. If I were you, I'd grab the chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up the asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, We can go round and round with the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniveling around, we'll be able to take them out. So don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? No. My job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire when I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. The Master of Ordnance chokes back the words he was obviously about to blurt out without thinking. He casts another look at you before turning away. I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. His ship is in ruins, and every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me. He looks up at you. But I've heard of you. Oh yes. Your fame has reached even as far as the expanse. I can't be showing myself up front in an illustrious person such as yourself. He adjusts uniform and stands ramrod straight. The Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight, if that is the Lord Captain's will. So to summarize, we've sustained serious losses in crew members and require a new engine seer prime and a navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves, then? I cede to the Vox Master on this point. Mr. Strolleman?
We are in the Rykard star system, and our voyage here was undertaken in the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system. Our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navi Snobolite station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system. And Rykard Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet.
The situation is not very encouraging. But without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navi's Nobolite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed! The assembled officers salute you as one.
They'll likely just have daemons appear on their ship. Ha ha ha!
Xavier Calcazar is the Inquisitor we need to go find. We need to deliver him to Footfall, okay. Christ, I don't want to do that. Hi!
Daybreak. Damn it! Your lordship. Here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn? And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark?
We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Class?
No. Not yet, anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, all right? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge, and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work.
Ding dong!
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
Alright, Argenta wanted something. Where did she go? Oh my god, the stuff that's constantly phasing through the fucking camera. There she is.
Rogue Trader. I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans?
Because honestly, I don't want to watch The Rookie as soon as I get done with this stream. In about 30 minutes, I'm probably going to end the stream just so I can get up and move and go outside for some exercise. Because the last time I didn't do that, I turned myself into a sour, angry shitbrick for the last 3 weeks.
These children are the future of your crew, and one day, they too will have to stand against evil and heresy as their parents did. By meeting them, by speaking the right words to them, you will honor the memory of the fallen heroes and light the way to heroes in the making.
No.
They will always remember the day they met the Rogue Trader. Besides, it will bolster the orphan's spirits, help them recover from their loss, which can be hard for someone so young.
I am not going to learn how to play a video game on a walking treadmill.
As you wish, Rogue Trader. Thank you for
granting my request. So yeah, Argenta wants us to go talk to some orphaned kids. Alan! Hit a button. I just sat there and randomly shouted at you. Hey, why aren't you paying attention? Because there's a lot of shit going on. Alright. So, this is one of several random, well, not so random events, but different events that can appear. Sounds like a skill issue. You know what, you two? Bite me. These kids have no idea. You could be such a bastard. Yeah, you can treat those kids pretty cruelly. You can treat them pretty kindly. I need exercise, woman! Stop bitching at me about shit! Anyway, but I tend to treat these kids pretty kindly because their lives are going to be shitty as it is. Do some home workouts. I don't have an in-home gym and I don't have room for one. Shut up. It's one of the reasons why I want to move to Kansas. I want to be able to have a... have the room to put an in-home gym in so I can go down and work out. If I could, I would love to have a place big enough to build a dojo. I'm going to go to the Lord Captain's quarters briefly because there's a bunch of items in here that I need to pick up. And I don't think they spawn until after the first time you come in. Yeah, because this chest isn't here. And that chest had the Negotiator pistol, which is a very decent pistol because it provides a bonus to coercion. Or no, it provides a bonus to persuasion. And it is a laze pistol. Its range is a little bad, but the shotgun's range is actually worse. And then there's also this little accessory here. It basically grants you a short-range laser shot. So it's kind of a cool, nifty little ring that basically fires, or bracer. It's probably a bracer that fires a laser shot for you. And then the Gloves of Endurance, I don't see a reason to equip. That cloak probably should be given to somebody who's going to be in the thick of it a lot. I really like the design of the Negotiator pistol. It's really cool. And then the Xenopelt cloak. 5 less damage from critical hits. That's actually really good. It also improves my coercion. Okay, well, I guess I'll equip that for now. So I have a cloak that benefits me. There we go. Perform your ablutions. Hey, Alan, is this that scene you were talking about? Oh my god! I just go in and drench myself. Interior design is my secondary calling. Send me a blueprint of your house and I'll help you out. You're in the process of paying off your house. Yes, I know, and I want to sell this house. Well, that was interesting. I'll take it off your hands for your chart. No. So when you come up and say I want to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters, you can grab Hikata, or you can come over and you can snag the appearance of somebody else in a custom character. Which one? You mean 3? That one? It would. What we'll probably do for your hair is get you something shorter. There we go. I can remove that. That's not going to be a problem. It's just a couple steps down. There we go.
You didn't stand for Steve.
The divine.
And then you that wanted the pragmatic one like I have. You ended up being... You were pretty iconoclast too, I think. Crit chance. I know you did ballistic skill. Why are you on the creation screen? Because I'm making Alan's character so that he has his own custom character. Why would I not be? No, I put it in ballistics. What are you thinking? Your agility can only go up by 10. Like, you can... Yeah, you can only improve a stat by a value of 10. So that's all you can get for now, but you'll be able to increase that later. Once we get your character rolling. Why did you... Why can't he make his own character? Because he's not the host, so the game won't let him control that. Alan, do the work yourself. Oh my god. The game won't let him control construction of new characters when he's not the host of the game. So what I did was I used his input so that he could do what he was going to do for himself. Your Act 5 is where we need to go, right? Or is it Rykad Majoris?
Remember that's where we got the navigator?
That's what I thought.
And then, if you want like some neat stuff before reaching the Rykad Majoris planet, then you can always head to the prison planet, and it actually has some unique items that actually
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gaining like 2 to 3 levels just from exploring and doing like little mini stuff around the ship.
Hmm. And now we can take all of these characters in. God damn it, Rev! He ran down the stairs and he hurt himself. Rev, don't ever run downstairs, buddy. That is how you, like, fall face first on your face. Okay? Like, that is how pain happens. That is not a good thing that you do.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
The scissors. Regal, shut up. Stop encouraging that.
What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle.
That is how pain happens, because he created pain for himself.
We're
Banged
getting
your knee
nowhere
when
with
you
these
were going
ones,
to the
sir.
stairs.
Permission to execute
Banging
them.
it against the door frame to close to the stairs. It sounds like you weren't looking carefully. Wretches, you will be sent to oblivion for defiling House Orsalio. This guy's an asshole, by the way. And by the end of my time here, I'm going to kill him. He just fired a shotgun that killed one of those guys, but it could have easily hit his teammate. Standing on the other side there. You've got guests in your station, that's for damn sure. No, really, where did all these fucking corpses come from? A betrayal?
Shit.
A lot of the questions that I'm asking, I have asked this guy before in previous playthroughs, and he doesn't fucking answer any of them well. Arc does not exist to me.
I always have a backup plan. I will lead us to fortune.
Ah, yes.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries. I know how to take risks.
Character assignment. Here you go, Alan. Level yourself up. That guy had a lot of shit on his corpse for whatever reason.
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
I appreciate your psychotic
money to
rhetoric,
be
Argenta.
made?
I do.
The premonition runs true.
Oh boy, these guys were killed by warp power. That could mean a lot of horrible shit.
I always keep my options open.
Alan, hurry up. The viewers are gonna leave. I don't know if we have a good gun available for your character right now. You might have to make do with a stub revolver. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, its range is 8-16 versus 6-12. It's slightly better. Its damage is definitely way worse, though.
Keep your wits about you.
That
It's about time!
That wasn't so difficult.
Hobos we gotta murder.
No, we're the hobos who do the murder.
Over.
It's okay.
What a
Oh,
peculiar
shit!
thing.
Idira can disarm those traps too.
The premonition runs true.
I always get the job done.
Stuffs. More stuffs. Oh, hi.
Yo, I was trying to get into a swamp. We have good spots for cover.
Yeah, I was just moving further and further to the right,
be
and I
your
guess I triggered something.
You dare cross the faithful.
What do we have here?
Oh, do you need that spot? Here, take it. Go ahead, when you're ready. Why, did you want somebody there?
No, I didn't.
I may as well, at least for the moment.
I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable. It's as good as done.
Alan, kill somebody with Argento. If you can. I love how I can just randomly immolate people. Well, somebody died. I'm okay with that. You're effectively now a rich space captain murder hobo. Yes, I pretty much am a rich space captain murder hobo.
My faith strengthens me. Weapon at the ready.
Argenta gets to fire again.
Escape the Emperor's judgment.
Well, you almost killed the Medicaid guard. If you use run and gun, you might be able to fire again.
Where's your abilities?
Press triangle, they're right there.
No, I know, but for some reason the game was saying.
What, that they were invisible or something? Well, you could at least take another shot. Well, that damn near killed him. We've got everything you need to maim, hack, and slaughter. Are these traitors or just stupid Imperium infighting? Much more of the latter than the former. These guys didn't betray House Orzelio. The guy in the front kinda didn't betray House Orzelio. The guys that we'll see down below didn't betray House Orzelio, which is like, this is their station. This is the House Orcelio station. The problem with everything going on is the lady of the house is a very powerful psyker with a lot of warp presence. and she lost control of her emotions, which caused her to lose control of her powers. And certain people are going mad from the warp exposure that it caused. That's what's happening. Oh, nothing. Go ahead. Oh, there you go. Shit. And now it's time for Alexio to take a shot. Oh, it's a crappy little auto gun. What do you expect, bud? We're gonna get the half decent rifles from here. Yeah, warp fuckery. A lot of people have had... Certain people got very opportunistic around here, so these guys are kind of traitors, kind of not. This particular group isn't the traitor group. The group that we were just dealing with, they're the traitors, and we will be murdering them later for their treachery. Switch that with your face, dill hole. The problem is that these assholes were stupid enough to attack me on sight. What did you say? Yes, I did. I said, dill hole, bitch. What are you gonna do about it? And I just killed another guard medic here, so...
Who's not me?
I killed the guard medic. Maybe you can get Argenta to hit somebody? I don't know. The Emperor sighs in frustration at this. Yes, he does. Is there anybody she can hit? I'll take it. I'm just glad she hit something.
I refuse.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Did he just... Yep! That guy just domed the guy standing right next to him trying to hit Abelard and did no damage to Abelard.
Weapon at the ready.
God damn it! The Emperor had text-to-speech device. I have tried to watch if the Emperor had text-to-speech device. I really enjoy it that much.
Follow my lead. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Okay. I'll kill that guy then if you don't. I don't care. We should be able to charge and hit the squad commander anyway. Well, that didn't hit nearly as hard as I was hoping, but you can swing again. That's better! It's the humor that's kind of the problem. The humor, for whatever reason, is just not to my taste. I don't hate it, I just didn't enjoy it that much. I kind of want to actually make myself sit down and watch it at some point when I have time. Just because I actually want to get more into the lore of the universe, because it's actually pretty cool. Stream audio is gone? Oh god. What, did you miss? How? What was the accuracy rating to that shot? Okay, you may have to refresh the stream.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
anything else, be gone.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Idira can shout at it and your problem goes away.
Let's make some opportunities.
Oh my god! Pyromancy is so good! Why is pyromancy so good?
I'll make it happen.
You're also holding a really, really shitty handgun.
Stay vigilant.
Didn't flinch.
I took the other revolver off. Yeah, there's another stub revolver in my inventory. If you want to take it off. The only thing I'm holding is the negotiator. Okay. I mean, the stub revolver's not that bad. I even took the shotgun off if you want to do that. It's the, Rev, as to what you were talking about, it's the humor. I'm not a big fan of the humor that's used for that, for Emperor had text-to-speech device. I don't know why, it's not my kind of thing.
Follow my lead.
Alan,
Reduced to dust.
you could have used run and gun. Yeah, I guess so. Damn! Okay, never mind. All is forgiven. Yep, you weren't kidding. And now we can start picking up laser guns. Las rifles are standard Imperial weaponry when used by the Imperial Guard. They're a general purpose energy rifle, and in this game, they're a very, very nice tool to have, laser guns. As far as being a acceptable little tool of warfare.
Fate and fortune favor the bold. This is intriguing. I always have a backup plan.
There was a trap in this room.
The crew continues to mourn Lady
Idira,
Theodora.
shut
I
it
fear
off,
it may
don't
affect
worry.
the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
In his service, will they...
Ooh, noble silk gloves. Persuasion bonus! I'm going to equip that. Persuasion, baby! Somebody else can take those tech use gloves. Fuck them. There you go, Alan. You can equip yourself with a laser gun. Okay. I'm checking to make sure there's not any more loot scattered around here.
This could be an opportunity. Always keep your eye on the prize. Success is the only outcome I accept.
Just a minor
I didn't do that. I was gonna say, I didn't do that. I stopped as soon as I realized what I was standing next to, and I'm like, nope. Idira, why did you trigger that scene? I got stopped due to Games Workshop. Ah, fuck Games Workshop. Yeah, this guy kind of goes nuts and just starts killing everybody. Good fucking god, dude! Stop shooting your people. They told me. They whispered, "Hey, who are you?"
Keep my options open.
Don't mind me, I'm just going to blow his face off. These guys, a lot of them are equipped with auto pistols. Auto pistols suck. All those servants are being afflicted by the power of their psychic mistress.
I always get the job done.
Look at all that goods. All those goody goods. Oh, there's your rifle, Alan. 14 to 20. God damn! That thing does 14 to 20. Holy shit. No wonder you want that rifle so damn bad. Oh, hey, look, fire grenades. Yeah, I picked up a fire grenade. Or two.
Is there money to be made?
A lot of these log reports are fucking useless. Nice. I think. I'm pretty sure I did. We'll go check anyway on our way back.
Keep your wits about you.
Basically, all I was doing was opening up doors, ladies and gentlemen. And activating an elevator. Like, it really wasn't. Oh, nice. There's a fox in the house. Good. The fact that he looks like you? That's disturbing.
Rise to the top, or get left in the
What
dust.
did I pick up? A Ripper auto pistol. Projectiles have an increase plus 50% over penetration. Yeah, I also found a few grenades. These are fragmentation grenades.
I'll learn from this mistake. What's a peculiar thing?
Cowboy Bebop was weird.
I always have a backup plan. This is intriguing.
Oops. Okay. Yeah, because you can get EXP from doing a couple of things here, and then I'm going to be done with this particular stream after that. I am very tired. And I really need to get up.
Oh, Alan, have you been enjoying Xenoblade Chronicles X so far? Yeah. I am using the I just unlocked the mastermind. Ah, you've been going down the support route. I want to do all buffs. Right now, I want to try to level up so I can get that affinity, basically, so I can get that evasive heal buff. That one ability that increases evasion and restores HP. Yeah, it's kind of hard to pin down which classes need dedicated medic, as all of the classes are that is conducive to restoring HP.
What do we have here?
That's cool. Oh, you're great. What do you think of Doug? I only messed with them in that one scene. That was it at the beginning. Fair warning, he's like one of the only sane blades in the game. Like one of the only blades that's 100% sane.
Oh, it's a peculiar thing. Always keep your eye on the prize.
I'm sure Pebbles has been pestering you. She's begged for attention a few times, yes. I just put her in my lap and she calms down for a while. Okay. Alright, Alan, I got the consumables that we can get out of this. So we're going to go ahead and save and stop the stream here for now. I've been sitting down for over 4 hours, pretty much non-stop, and I really need to stand up. Thank you all very much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I've been Savage Hound Dusk. Make sure to drop by my YouTube if you want to catch up on my previous streams, and drop by my Discord if you want to drop suggestions for a game for me to play in the future. Have a good one, folks.